A very good morning and welcome back to the third and final day of competition at the Almaty Grand Prix. 5 weight categories to bring you today, 3 men and 2 women, and the 3 men's weight categories are the under 90, the under 100 and the plus 100 kilo weight categories. The 2 women's weight categories are the under 78 and the plus 78 kilo weight categories. That men's category, the under 90 kilo category, is usually one of the best, so let's hope that we get some real action from there. And then the under 78 kilo category, well, that follows on from yesterday's under 70 kilo category. That was absolutely super, so let's hope that we get more of the same today. We've got some terrific players entered in the event. Let's run through the top 4 seeds in each of those 5 weight categories. We'll start with the under 90 kilo category, and the number 1 seed there is Komranshah Ustapirian of Tajikistan. The number 2 seed is Abderrahmane Ben Amadi of Algeria. The number 3 seed is Joachim Dvabi of Sweden, and the number 4 seed is Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan. Okay, that's the top 4 in the under 90 kilo category. In the under 100 kilo category, the number 1 seed is the former junior world champion Jose Armenteros of Cuba. His teammate yesterday, Ivan Felipe Silva Morales, took gold. So let's see if Armenteros can get anywhere near that today, but it's a tough field. He's the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Elkan Mamadov of Azerbaijan. The number 3 seed is Sejenic Miklos of Hungary, and the number 4 seed, beg your pardon, is Javad Majub of Iran. There's a nice, strong field in there, 28 judoka. We'll run through a few of the other names as we go through the day. The plus 100 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Faisal Jabala of Tunisia. The number 2 seed is Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. The number 3 seed is his teammate Adam Okroashvili. And the number 4 seed is Szanaszki Maciej of Poland. The Polish having a good time of it, but it's really been their women's team who have shone here today, taking quite a number of medals, including the gold medal in the under 57 kilo category with Arleta Podolak. In the under 78 kilo category, the number 1 seed is the Olympic silver medalist from London, Gemma Gibbons. The number 2 seed is Daria Pogodzelic. We just mentioned the Polish team there, and she's the number 2 seed. The number 3 seed is Victoria Turks of the Ukraine, and the number 4 seed is Assunta Gaglioni of Italy. 19 judoka in that under 78 kilo category. And in the plus 78 kilo category, the Olympic champion Idalis Ortiz is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Kim Min-jeong of South Korea. The number 3 seed, Kaira Sayet of Turkey, and the number 4 seed, her teammate, Belkacera Kaya of Turkey. All right, 19 judoka in there. We're going to start by taking a look at the contest on mat number 1. Aybek Zerikbayev of Kazakhstan faces Karim Gabi of San Marino. It'll be Zerikbayev of Kazakhstan in the white judogi and Karim Gabri of San Marino in blue. We don't often get to see the fighters from San Marino, so let's give Karim a bit of a run out and see how he gets on. Gabri didn't just a little bit untidy with the gripping at the beginning there, just held on to one side for a little bit too long. shaping up to go over on the left, but it's Serikbayev who attempts the Ashiwaza. Has Cabri moving, but can't quite finish off with a turn. He does come up with a Yuko, however. All right, a little bit generous. So Yuko as Serikbayev looks for a score to end it, I would suspect. He fancies his chances here, the Kazakh fighter. Missed with the Haraigoshi. Still just the single score for Serikbayev. Yuko the lead with a little under 3 minutes to go. Cabri picked up that penalty there for a drop or a false attack. I suspect that, I mean, he's up at 100, but I suspect that he could make 90 with a bit of hard work. Looks as though he's carrying a little bit of extra there. And this time the Ashiwaza does come off. Neatly done. Good timing from Serikbayev to come up with a nice ippon. So Aybek Serikbayev of Kazakhstan goes into round 2. Right, just having a look round to see who's coming up next. We'll hang on here, why not? Soyeb Kurbanov of Uzbekistan faces Igor Spasoyevich of Slovenia. It is Kurbanov in the white judogi, Spasoyevich in blue. Makikomi effort there from Kurbonov. Coming up now on mat number 1 in the under 100 kilo category, Grigory Minashkin of Estonia faces Mark Fletcher of the USA. It's Minashkin in the white judogi, Fletcher in blue. Minashkin with that sharp-looking Yoko Sutemiwaza came up with Yuko there. Fletcher didn't know a great deal about that, to be honest. He's just on his way over. He thought he'd have another go, but this time Fletcher was up to defending it. He's seen it once, doesn't fancy going over a second time. Well, the only possible thing that they could be looking at within this space of time is the technique. They're going to give Ippon for that. Fletcher is surprised. How did that happen? Well, it could have been that Fletcher attempted to bridge, and it'd be worth letting him know that, because he hasn't got a coach there to tell him. So maybe we'll go and have a word with him and let him know exactly why that was. Right, so we managed to have a word with Mr. Fletcher. He was thrown for Ippon, but wasn't quite sure why it was that Ippon had been given against him when really the landing was Yuko well. He'd actually bridged, and every bridge is given as an Ippon, so Mr. Fletcher lost out there. On the mat now, Duke Didier of Australia faces Domenico Di Guida of Italy. It's Didier in the white judogi, Di Guida in blue, and the Italians have been having a good time of it as well. Italy and Poland have had a nice look at this, and oddly enough it's been Polish women and the Italian men who've done well. And if we've got some information about Sendayush Naranjago, who had a concussion yesterday, if we got some information about her, I'll bring that to you a little bit later on, as soon as they let me know what the prognosis is. But I saw her walking around this morning, so can't be that bad. Bit of a bump yesterday on landing when she was thrown by Marie-Yves Gahi of France in the final of the under 70 kilo category. 3 penalties picked up by Mr. Didier. De Guida looks mildly annoyed at the situation. Well, you've got to find a way past opponents who are awkward. De Guida hasn't done it yet. Right, on mat number 1 now. Ramzadin Saidov of Uzbekistan faces Alexander Zalishvili of Georgia. Saidov in the white judogi and Zalishvili in blue. Saidov just waiting to see what the decision is going to be here. Well, a little bit of a delay whilst they sort things out. Oh, Saidov was, who, me? He said. I was guilty of the leg grab there on Zalishvili. And Vostrikov, the referee, just explaining that to him. Right, so unfortunate for Saidov. Got another Saidov coming on to the mat. We've got here then Nurim Salim Geriev of Kazakhstan faces Saidjadol Saidov of Tajikistan. There's the contest here on mat number 1 in the under 100 kilo category. Salimgeriev throwing Saidov for being thrown there. Saidov fancied that he should have been given Ippon for that. Anyway, Salimgeriev lives to fight for at least another few minutes anyway. Not quite out of it yet, but the Tajik fighter looking pretty good. Reasonably well set here. Also carrying a little bit of extra. He wanders off the mat and he collects a penalty for stepping out. Well, the second score, and there are quite a few supporters from Tajikistan in the audience. Could be a lively little morning in here. Right, we've got the plus 100 kilo category on mat number 1 now. Hussein Misri, representing the International Judo Federation, faces Juhan Metis of Estonia. Misri in the white judogi, Metis in blue. Oh, slip by Metis. Can Misri capitalise here with the Kamisho Gatami? Going now into Kezagatami. This is incredible. Misri it is. Budalin is going to take Metis' head off when they get in the warm-up area. He can't believe it. Nor can I. Misri it is who wins out there. Hussein Misri. That's the first time I've ever seen Misri win a contest. I was going to say it's the first time that he's ever won a contest, but I had to look up the record, and he's actually won two. He's won two previous contests. One was in 2014 against Nicholas Irabli of the United States of America. That was the World Cup in Casablanca a couple of years ago. And then he also beat Mehdi El Malki of Morocco at the Budapest Grand Prix last year. I was there, but I can't remember having seen that. It didn't register. Well, this one registered here. He beat Johan Metis. Oh. Who have we got on the map now? Adil Orazbayev of Kazakhstan faces Kanatip Yeon of Thailand. I haven't seen him either. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying the action. The upcoming contest between Michael Horak of the Czech Republic and Ruslan Abrazhakov of Kazakhstan won't take place because Michael Horak is ill, so he won't be taking part. Two penalties picked up by Yeon. Bit of a struggle for the Thai heavyweight against Orozbayev here. Well, the two fighters had been passive, and the referee decided she was going to give them a passivity penalty again, which he then did, and they moved with as much speed as though it didn't make any difference. She's seen enough. That's it. Wrap it up. Right. The upcoming contest between Michael Horak and Ruslan Abdrazakov won't take place. We'll move reasonably swiftly to Pedro Pineda of Venezuela and Benjamin Armegenes of Belgium. That'll be the contest that will take place on mat number 1. Stay with us and we bring you more live action from the third and final day of competition here at the Almaty Grand Prix. Well, Hamedjani's winning out there over Pineda, the Belgian, through to round 2. Pineda just being introduced to the art of a proper bow there by Vladimir Vostrikov. There are going to be a few amusing moments today. Right, we are going to move to mat number 2 because there's a contest coming up after Zhinkeyev and Abdurakhmanov that I'd like to take a look at. I think we'll have some interest when it comes to seeing Luri Krakovetskyl and Ushangi Kokori. It'll be the Kyrgyzman and the Azeri to do battle on number 2. Might just leave it for a little bit and have a quick look at Jacqueline Usaneo of Chile. She's up against Park Yoo-jin of South Korea. I want to have a little look at this. She's going to go here. Sengaku Gatami from Park Yoo-jin. She's let that slip now. There we go again, that's a bit better. And then she's had to tap out as well. Well secured from Park Yoo-jin as she defeats Jacqueline Usneo of Chile. Marta Tort Morena of Spain faces Gedeon Daniela of Chad. Tort Moreno in the white judogi, Daniela in blue. It's in the under 78 kilo category. Right, Slutskaya and Adlington are battling it away on mat number 1 in the plus 78 kilo category, but I did say that we were going to go to mat number 2 to watch the contest between Krakowiecki and Kokauri. Now, if you want to continue watching the Slutskaya Adlington contest, just click on mat number 1 and you will get that. But we're going over to mat 2 to have a look at Iluri Krakowiecki of Kyrgyzstan. He's up against Ushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan. There's no score as yet in that contest. It's Krakowiecki in the white judogi, Kokauri in blue. Nice actually was. A really good work there by Kokauri. Krakowiecki in a little bit of trouble here. Going Wazari down with 2:55 left on the clock. Bit of pain from that landing there. He'll have some work to do when he gets up. It's a lot of weight to be going down on that elbow joint. Mikey Komiev, and then over he goes. Well, Kokauri wasn't hanging around, was he? Yeah, definitely in some degree of discomfort there. Krakowiecki, Kokauri throwing the Kyrgyzman twice. The second time with a really nicely executed makikomi. Meanwhile, on the adjoining mat, there have been 4 penalties in the contest between Slutskaya and Adlington, so I don't feel as though I've missed anything in particular by making that move. Well, we'll stay on mat 2 then. We can have a look at another contest in the plus 100 kilo category. This time it's Christopher Sherrington of Great Britain. He faces Marius Paskevchus of Lithuania. It's Sherrington in the white judogi, Paskevchus in blue. 2 fighters are somewhere there. There they are. Well, Sherrington comes up with Yuko halfway through the contest. There are 3 penalties, however, and I'm not sure what it is that Billy Cusack is telling him, that can he avoid picking up another Shido in the last 2.5 minutes? My money is on no, unfortunately. He's got to finish this off by throwing Paskevchus. Paskevchus picks up a second Shido. There's also the possibility that Paskevchus will pick up his own penalties. He'll get away with that one. But he's flirting with danger here. There's no need. And Paskevchus picks up a penalty for pushing Sherrington out. Minute and a half left to go. Effort over on the left, that's not bad. Volkan Mamadov has won his contest down on mat number 1. Well, Paskevchus could find himself on the receiving end of another penalty if he's not careful. I suppose it will be Paskevchus that picks up the penalty. Lithuanian coach not happy with that one. Right, what have we got coming up for you next then? Alright, we're going to go down to take a look at the contests in the under 90 kilo category. It goes down on mat number 3. Komranshaw Ustopirian of Tajikistan is up on the mat there. He's against Zviad Gogachuri of Georgia. There's no score as yet. We've had, well, there's a little over 3 minutes left to go. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. It's Ustopirian in the white judogi and Gogachuri in blue. Ustopirian, the number 1 seed. Gogachuri had a first round win against Walter Facente of Italy. That's put him in this contest against Ustapirion. That's a beautiful Taitoshi. It really is. He landed Gogachuri on his head, unfortunately. But he got into such a lovely position. I'm not surprised that Gogachuri's a little bit shell-shocked. Now, for his pains, he picks up a Shido for passivity. Third penalty picked up by Gogachuri. Still a single Yuko by Ustapirion. The difference between the pair, as far as scores are concerned anyway. Last chance here for Gogachuri. Needs to come up with Wazari at least in this last few seconds. Not going to happen, I'm afraid. And it's Ustapirion of Tajikistan who makes his way through to the third round. Just the single Yuko in that contest, but enough for Ustapirion to squeeze past Gogachuri. Right, we're going to take a quick look at what's happening on mat number 2, because the plus 100 kilo category is underway there, and Nicholas Berard of Australia is up against Islam El Shahabi of Egypt. Let's see how the Egyptian copes with the Australian challenge. Berard has picked up a single Shido, and we've had almost a minute. Al-Shahabi, that little Surikomi Goshi came up with Yuko there. Well, the crowd are pleased because Gulsan Isanova won a contest in the plus 78 kilo category. She's been around for, well, it'd be unfair of me to say, wouldn't it? Right, let's take a good look now at Jose Armenteros of Cuba. This is in the under 100 kilo category. The number 1 seed faces Rezo Tsouloukidze of Georgia. It's Armenteros in the white judogi, Tsouloukidze in blue. Armenteros leading by Wazari with a little under a minute left to go. Well, reasonable effort from Tulakidze as he comes up with that left-sided Uchimata attack, but Armenteros not going over. Half a minute left to go. Armenteros has already closed up shop. I doubt very much whether we're going to see a great deal more from the Cuban now, as he just looks to keep the Georgian out. Tulakidze couldn't come up with a score. Armenteros with that single Wazari. That was enough to take him past the Georgian and into the quarter-final. We'll see Armenteros in the first of the quarter-finals. Well, we should have an interesting battle now down on mat number 1, because we're going to see the head-to-head between Adam Okrashvili of Georgia. He faces Ruslan Abdrazakov of Kazakhstan. It's Okrashvili in the white judogi, Abdrazakov in blue. Vladimir Vostrakov is the referee in the middle for this one, making sure that all the fighters today adhere to the protocol. He's just being a little bit, I don't know, maybe someone's upset him. Just breaking off the grip, I suspect. No, both fighters avoiding to take a grip at all, and they collect penalties.
Sürüşlerle yaşananlarda 90 kg'lik salmon derecesi 7. ayga olib, aldarimizdan 4 judogilar urush o'rnida yodlanuvchi o'rin tasmasida judogilarimizning hamdasimiz Yegor Sharasov.
On mat number 1 now, Abdullah Tangriev of Uzbekistan facing his Benjamin Harmejanes of Belgium. It's Tangriev in the white judogi, Harmejanes in blue. Two penalties picked up by Tangriev, just one by Hermogenes. That just gives the advantage to the Belgian to the Belgian at the moment. But there's still time here for Tangriev to come up with a score. And unfortunately, no one told Hermogenes that. He must have been looking at the clock thinking, oh, I've only got a minute here, I'll be okay. And then Tangriev got hold of him. What was the danger as the power drained from the Belgian and the ability to resist a strong attack went with it. Abdullo Tangriev of Uzbekistan comes up with the win. He'll go into the quarter-final with that win. Right, on mat number 1 now, Daria Pogorzelec of Poland faces Park Yoo-jin of Korea. It's Pogorzelec in the white judogi, a busy little fighter, against Park. Well, we're going to leave the contest between Pogorzelec and Park to go down to mat number 3 to take up the contest between Axel Clerget of France. He faces Kejao Nabali of Ukraine. We'll go down there and join the contest almost at the get-go there. No score yet. It's Clerget in the white judogi, Nabali in blue.
Azari, that's going to be. So it is. Vitaly Dubra, the Ukraine coach, is not happy with the score having been given, but I don't see any problem with it. Right, we're back underway then. No harm done apart from the Wazari against Kejau Nabali. Clerget working away on the ground here. Yes. Oh, not quite. Yeah, he won't turn again. He'd have to tap out there. He got away from the first roll, but he wouldn't get away from the second. Super work on the ground there from Axel Clerget. Right, who have we got now? We've got the number 1 seed on Mat 2. He looks as though he's in some difficulties against Yerzhan Shinkiev of Kazakhstan. Jabala's just thrown in for Ippon. Okay, he was a couple of Shidos down, but has come through to win that one. Milan Randall of Slovakia now faces Andrew Burns of Great Britain. It's Randall in the white judogi, Burns in blue. Single Shido against Burns at the moment. Second penalty picked up by Burns now. That makes things a little bit more difficult, but sort it all out by coming up with a score. Third penalty now. Hole's getting a bit deeper, isn't it? Poor Andrew disappears into it. Really needs to come up with the score. Oh well. When the going gets tough. That was really amazing against a high quality fighter, Milan Randall. He left it a bit late, didn't he? Did Andrew Burns, but came up with a nice Yoko Tsutemiwaza in the end. – 30 seconds from the end. Has to keep the crowd on the edge of their seats there. Nail-biting finish for Burns. Right, what have we got coming up next for you then? Right, well, we may stay here and have a look at Joachim Devarby of Sweden. He faces Sebastian Temesi of Australia. It'll be Devarby in the white judogi, Temesi in blue. Stay with us. Devarby had Temesi airborne for a while there. He eventually came up with a Yuko. Single Yuko the lead for Devarby at the moment as he works on Temesi's right arm to try and free that out, and there it goes. Tough draw for Sebastian Temesi coming up against one of the sharper fighters in the under 90 kilo category, Joachim Devarby. Right, we'll stay here. It's Thomas Briceno of Chile. He faces Hatem Abd El Acher of Egypt. Briceno in the white judogi, Abd El Acher in blue. Briceno was looking to work that left-sided Yoko Sutemiwaza there, but that didn't come off. Yes, Wazari from Abd al-Akha now just looking to secure the Osai Komi. It's not the strongest of Kamishio Gatamis I've ever seen, but still in control, and now that's better. Just switch that round to the side there. Kazuri Kamishio Gatami will call it, because he had a nice body position with the lower part of the body. He just slipped to hold on to control one of the arms instead of both of them, and Abd al-Akha managing to get past Briceno. Nice piece of work on the ground. Coming up next, Sherali Yurayev of Uzbekistan faces Nodari Beriani of Georgia. It'll be Jurayev in the white judogi, Beriani in blue. No score yet. Jurayev and Beriani. He's not one of the top picks for the Georgians, Nodari Beriani. But, Lipatiliani is their number one, and their number two, really, Gviniashvili. He's moved up to 100 kilos to sort of make some space for Lipatiliani. Couldn't squeeze past his teammate, so he's found a spot for himself at under 100. So I suppose there are a few others there who are bubbling underneath, but Beriani I haven't seen before. Gives me a chance to welcome Neil Adams for the first time today. Very good afternoon, Neil. How are you doing?
Just about, isn't it?
It's
just afternoon.
Squeezed
squeezed in there.
Yeah.
I did. Good afternoon.
Well, there's been some interesting stuff this morning. Actually, a few of the older fighters, still hanging in there, like Tangriev down on mat number one in the plus 100 kilo category. He's not really got any real right to be here, but hey, if he can shake off the cobwebs and run out,
I think that's what we see a lot, isn't it? In Olympic qualification, we see a lot of people just having one last go, just trying to get to the Olympic Games, maybe. But just hanging in there is it, isn't it? Sometimes it's difficult because then you got the young ones and they're coming through, and they're the ones that obviously we're interested in. This Beriani here, I haven't seen him before, but just heard you talking about it, and
he sounds like hot stuff. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist it.
You've been waiting to say it, haven't you? Just been waiting for me to step in here.
It's only when you just said it then I thought, But I think we've had similar sorts of names before anyway that were puns on various things. Now, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to leave you with Neil Adams whilst I go and get some updated contest sheets, because I haven't been filling them out this morning. So I'll go and get some updated contest sheets. I'll bring those back so that Neil is fully updated. And I'm also going to introduce Neil to the most magnificent piece of new technology. It's this little pad. I've got this little pad in front of me. It's no bigger than a rather oversized mobile phone. And on it, it's got mat 1, mat 2, and mat 3. And if you click on one of those, it takes you to whichever mat you want to go to.
That just makes it easy for me, doesn't it? Excellent. Well, we'll stay on mat 3 at the moment. We'll stay on this Juryev and Biryani at the moment.
Right, and then you've got your whole list of everything that's up and coming there. And I'm going to take leave of Neil for a while, but I'm going to go and get the up-to-date contest sheets. Here's Neil Adams.
Well, just talking about Biryani, a new Georgian out at 90 kilograms. Obviously, they're looking for somebody else to support Lipitiliani. Obviously, they have Giviniashvili as well, but he's now popped up to 100 kilos, and it looks like he's going to qualify in the minus 100 kilograms. Not only that, he's going to have a chance as well of a well-deserved medal. Any medal in the Olympic Games has got to be a massive advantage, or just competing in the Olympic Games this year for Giviniashvili has got to be a massive advantage for him, because they've got him penciled in, I think, at under 90 kilograms for the 2020 Olympic Games. So don't take my word on that. I'm just talking to the Georgians about it, and they probably will bring him back down when Lipitiliani has done these games. But back to the fight. Juryev then. Just ahead at the moment. Biryani's the one that's got to actually take the fight to Juryev. And Juryev there just wasting time now. Just a quick look at the clock. 16 seconds left, and he just wants to waste a little bit of time. Bit of frustration there from Biryani. This will take them through to third round. Six seconds left. One last attack there from Juryev. All over. Juryev goes through to the third round. So interesting that the Georgians putting out some of their youngsters as well. And we've got to do that. We have to look for the future, have a look at the 2020 lineup, especially now as the Olympic qualification is just winding itself up. And we've seen a lot of mixed performances here at this event. Some very disappointed people, some just missing out, some just managing to get in. Kakipov of Kazakhstan just about to step out. Big round of applause for him. Sharadashvili of Spain, his opponent. Zakipov of Kazakhstan is in white. Sharadashvili of Spain is in blue. Very rangy fighter, the Spanish. Catches the sleeve straight away just to dominate the sleeve. Has a nice Uchimata. Very rangy Soto as well. Almost scores there. Look at that. Now, is that going to be Osai Komi? Osai Komi called. Quite a bit outside of the mat area. But because it was progressive, they've let it carry on. And he's in all sorts of problems here. Already a Yuko up there with that. And Shakipov is going to hold him for the full Ippon. And the crowd go absolutely mad. And that started way inside the area. And they went, well, almost 2 meters outside of the area. And he absolutely cannot believe that. That is a massive mistake. Sharadashvili of Spain is normally up there and roundabout with all of the medals at all of these events. But a massive mistake there. Well, he just gets taken down, held down. At first it didn't look as if it was going to settle, but then it did. Shakipov goes through to round 3. And I did say we got a lot of mixed emotions last week in Baku as well. Some mixed emotions, people that are really trying to get up in the qualification zone. Top 14 automatic qualification. You can see knelt down there, very, very despondent, very disappointed. Mustaparian coming out, representing Tajikistan. We're going to stay on the under-90s just for a second while I settle myself down, and he's fighting Michael Gank of Slovenia. In fact, for all of you out there, just having a little look now, I'm going to change to mat 2, and I'm going to just go over to mat 2. Anybody that wants to follow this fight, Mustaparian against Gank of Slovenia, you can do so. And I'm just going to come over to the Gemma Gibbons, Great Britain, against Puran Jargal of Mongolia. Gibbons, the Olympic silver medalist, fighting very, very hard for Olympic qualification. She is up against her fellow teammate Natalie Powell, and Natalie Powell isn't here, so a great opportunity here for Gemma Gibbons to win a very, very important medal, so no pressure. Pirav Jargal, also a regular medal winner, and she's not going to have any of it, but Gibbons, extreme left-handed, and Pirav Jargal is right-handed, so normally kind of leaves a bit of a problem with the sleeve, but it hasn't done on this occasion. They're both gripped up, mainly because Pirav Jargal doesn't mind just going onto the lapel. She's not that bothered about the sleeves. And you find that a lot with the Mongolians, because the Mongolian forms of wrestling, they don't actually have the sleeves on the jackets, just handles. And so they take different grips. That's why they take the different grips round the back, over the top of the jacket. So she's just going directly, if you watch her, Pirav Jargal will go directly onto the lapel. Well, the score was given there, but just waved off. 4-minute contest. Big arm over the top there from Gibbons, and she has a sacrifice. Yoko Wakari is what she does, and she also has a Haragoshi on the other side. Haragoshi, Surigoshi. Second round of the under 78 kilograms. So welcome to people who are just coming in, tuning in. Sheldon's just having a little break, so Neil Adams here, just filling in. Now arm over the top. Pirav Jargal is the one on the offensive, and there's the Yoko Wakari there by Gibbons. Pirav Jargal put the attack in, but Gibbons, good counter-attack from her. So because of that, there was no score for the Mongolian. Well, Mongolian coach told to leave, just a little bit too vocal at the wrong time. There's the left hand on of Puravjagl. And that's why we've got both fighters gripped up. Arm round the back now for Gibbons. Gibbons needs to attack. She's just ahead at the moment. One penalty to the Mongolian. Arm over. There's the Makikomi from Gemma Gibbons. Now will come the onslaught. She looks to be just struggling a little bit, Gemma. Needs to keep her head up, keep her posture. Especially in this last minute, because that's where the pressure is going to come. Now she has the grip. Gibbons needs to attack. Well, a battle royal going on here between Gemma Gibbons of Great Britain, Puravjagl, look, Mahed of Mongolia, just a Shido down. "36 seconds. Puravjagl needs to attack. There it is. Big Surigoshi off the belt as well. Gibbons does well. 26 seconds. Still one penalty in it. Can't afford any flops. And if she's not careful, there's going to be a penalty here. A Shido up. And here it comes. She gets away with it. And she's got 13 seconds to stay upright, to keep her posture. And she scores! That's going to be a big score. So Wazari scored there, almost on the bell from Gemma Gibbons. And that's going to be enough to put her through. Haraigoshi, in the end, took Puravjagl over, and now she can just defend. She's through to the third round. Next fight will take her through to the quarterfinals, and then 2 chances of a medal. Well, I'm just looking at some of the other fights that are going on at the moment. Wouldn't mind just having a look at the heavyweights in a second. We'll do it. We'll go over and have a look at the local competition between Matyashvili and Kryashvili, who are fighting for the heavyweight Georgian place. Matyashvili is going to be on first, and we'll go over and join him in a second. In fact, what we will do is we'll go over to the 100 kilos, mat 1. Under 100 kilos, first of all, and we'll lead into the Matyashvili fight. And we've got Miklos Kazeniks here against Said Halol Saidov of Tajikistan. Big standing Sianegi there from Kazeniks. This is a quarter-final of the under 100 kilograms. Transition into Newaza, so important. Well, like I said, you've got to get through to the quarter-final stage. Stand any chance of a medal. Get knocked out just in the third round, for example. And it won't happen. That's going to be a massive one. Wazari. Well, He landed on his side, I thought, but anyway, Wazari will stick it. It was a complete overthrow there. Saidov thought that he'd done enough for the Ippon, but it was a complete overthrow, maybe too much of an overthrow. Hasn't been overruled by the video referee, but great Yoko Otoshi. Has been changed, so I was right. Complete overthrow onto his side, gets a Yuko for it instead. Beauty of video referee, absolutely. Two judges up there working with the referee, and they can have another look back and just see exactly where they landed. It's good for us as well in the commentary position, not always in the best position here. So it's just a Yuko, still time to come back from it, and Haramakikomi there from Koženic's. Uchigari. That was a close one there as well. Koženic's not giving up on this. Uchimata this time, Saidov. Well, Koženic's now needs a big score. Big Cianagi this time again. He really is going for it, Koženic's. He's not going to give up on this. There's still minute 43 still to go. Still plenty of time. Well, that Kataguruma, it is a Kataguruma technique variation of that Saidov caught Koženic's with. So tight, but don't write off Koženic's because he does come back. Koženic's just wants to get on with it. Shido for defending, 1 minute 23. Can't just defend for the whole last minute. One of the problems that we have actually in international competition at the moment, that last minute everybody is able to run, defend, block out. Now is that a score? He gets a Yuko for it. Koženic's gets a score. And now it's completely flipped it because now he's ahead. And Saidov is going to have to be the one coming forwards. Oh, now then. Now he's starting to climb on top. A Wazari for that as well from Koženic's. Now the leg's going to come out. So real pressure in that last minute made such a difference. And it's all over. He's tapped out. Koženic's then goes through. So first semi-finalist in the minus 100 kilograms. So this is the first quarter-final in the plus 100 kilograms category. Lavani Madiashvili against Mohamed Tayeb of Algeria. And it was Madiashvili, remember, that gave Teddy Riner, I'm not saying he gave him a bit of a scare, but he definitely gave him just food for thought, because he really took it to Riner, lost in the end. And he was well beaten, but actually he really did give a fight of it. At least he went there to fight. So Madiashvili, is he the best one for the Olympic place? Kurishvili out next. And I suspect that, and actually we've talked to the Georgian coach, who said that the heavyweight division will be decided not just on this result, but also on the result of the World Masters. The World Masters in Guadalajara in Mexico in just 2 weeks' time. Well, he's got some nice movements. He's got nice ashiwaza as well, Madiashvili. Well, they've got to do something. That's going to be a Shido, surely, to Tayeb. Tayeb just absolutely doing nothing. So a penalty to Tayeb. Well, he's got to do something. He has to grip up, has to try. At least Madiashvili is trying to upset the balance here. He's looking to come across for the Harai. And that's exactly why Tayeb isn't attacking. He's waiting for the counter-attack. Big arm over the top. Wouldn't like that, actually. I think a little bit of a left hand would be pushing forwards. Create a little bit of space. Everybody searching, of course, for heavyweight to give Teddy Riner a fight. But the Olympic Games is by no means a set piece. The Olympic Games always create something, some kind of drama. My goodness me, wouldn't that be some drama? Second penalty goes to Tayeb. Madiashvili just having a problem getting through the defensive gripping. Well, incredible. We haven't seen proper attack really. 3 minutes gone. Nothing major, just 2 penalties in it. Mat 3, for anybody interested, Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain against Mabadali Madiev of Azerbaijan. Halfway through their contest, 1 Shido in it to Chamberlain of Great Britain. So left against right here. And very awkward for Matthiasvili to get any kind of grip. We haven't seen much movement at all, actually. He's afraid to attack, and that's the reason. This man here, Tayeb, is just waiting for the counter. Of course, you can't wait for it all the time. So 39 seconds left. Coming up. It's a great chance for his teammate, Akruashvili, to show what he can do against the former World Open champion, Tangriev. Tangriev must be on the last part of his career, but the beautiful thing is that with our particular sport, you can carry on. You have different reasons for carrying on, but Tangriev just coming back to a little bit of form again, which is good. Went off the boil, and certainly the heavier the weight category, the more likely that is. So it's 18 seconds left in this. 3 penalties up to Tayeb, 1 to Matthiasvili. Looks like it's going to be Matthiasvili. Possible semi-final match here, Matthiasvili or Akruashvili. So that'll be interesting. Akruashvili must be looking at this thinking, well, here's my chance. Last time I saw them fight was in Georgia, actually. Matthiasvili got the better of that one. So a bit of a lackluster contest, that one. So next up, Akruashvili. Adam Akruashvili against Abdullo Tangriev of Uzbekistan. 2 Georgians, back-to-back contests. So while we wait for so it's not going to happen. We're not going to see that fight. I don't know why, but anyway, we're going to change it then. We've got a quarter final in the under 78 kilograms on this mat, just about to happen. Daria Pogozelik of Poland against Amagdalieva of Kazakhstan. Pogozelik of Poland in white. I don't really know why we didn't see that match with Akruashvili. Must have been on the other map. Well, the Poles have really had a good competition. I'm not just talking about the ladies. Team men and women coming right up the rankings. Of course, the women won the European Team Championships just recently. And there's a beautiful Sianagi there. Amangletjeva looking for the shimiwaza, looking for the strangle. I think across the face. this then to go through to the semi-final. Left Sianagi again, leaving her neck exposed. She's got to be careful of that. Amangladjeva looking for the strangle and not able to get the leverage that she wants. Well, that's what I always find interesting as well, is that you can do a minute and a half Newaza attacking, get up, and you get a Shido because you didn't attack a minute and a half ago. So obviously the Newaza attacks are not counting. That means that you can almost strangle somebody for a submission, arm lock them for a submission, almost hold them down, and yet it doesn't count as an attack. Maybe that's something they need to have a look at after this Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. There'll be quite a few different things that will be looked at, I'm sure. A lot of people out there thinking, oh yes, let's hope it's the leg grabbing, but I don't think that will happen for sure. Judo so much better, and it stands up more, and we still have a lot of the suplexes and the pickups, a lot of different techniques coming off the different grips. Fighters will always find a way. They're the first ones to do so, actually. So second penalty there to the Kazakh. Pogozelek in control here. She's the one that's looking for the big technique. Left Sianagi this time again. Oh, gets taken back now though. She was on the way up there, Pogozelek. I think a little bit lucky there. We saw some similar techniques yesterday that were scored. Two penalties. Amangladjeva of Kazakhstan just behind. Two penalties for not attacking, but a little bit unlucky. I'd like to have seen it back in slow motion actually, just to see her. She took her just as Pogozelek. Yes, she does get it. So that's interesting, that, because she gets the Wazari for the takedown, and like I say, they scored it yesterday twice, and then they didn't give it to her, but now she gets it. Pogozelek was on the way up, she came up, and Amangladjeva took her backwards. "41 seconds left." Great support here for Amangladjeva. Well, just wants to get on with it, doesn't she? Pogozelek coming forwards. One score. If she gets a Wazari back, she'll win the match, but she needs at least a Wazari. And it's going to be all over. Seconds ticking away. Listen to the crowd. Amangladjeva, Kazakhstan. is in the semi-final. What a result for her. Well, it was adjusted by the video referee. They had a look at it again and decided that it deserved. The score was as it was. We're going to stay on this mat actually for the other quarter-final match. Victoria Turks. Victoria Turks is going to be against Yelenis Castillo of Cuba. The winner of this will fight Albina Amenga Lajeva. I'll get it right. Of Kazakhstan. So Turks in white almost gets caught there by Castillo. Castillo directly into the attack. So aggressive, Castillo. Arai Makikomi. Not enough lift in those kind of techniques. They need to get some kind of rotation or they need to get lift. The Olympic champion in the plus 78 kilograms is on mat 2 for anybody that's interested. Adalis Ortiz of Cuba against Sonia Asela of Algeria. They've just got less than 2 minutes to go, and it's a Shido each in that match. So there's a Shido to Victoria Turks. Four Shidos, of course. It's Hon Sokomaki. Second one up, straight away to Turks. Tends to cross grip. She likes the cross grip. And there it is again, the cross grip. Sumigaeshi this time she tries. Don't forget that when she has a cross grip, she has to go in immediately. So now on the attack. She has to, of course, coming up to the halfway point here. Castillo just holding off. This will be good for the Cubans. Get somebody in the semi-final. They've had poor competition so far when you consider how good their women's team was. And of course now they've got to totally rebuild. Hand was below the belt line there, if you notice. Castillo just very quickly moved it upwards. Two penalties to one. Looking for the Kosoto all the time. No real Newaza attack. You can tell because they're normally very, very directed when they know what they're going to go for, either the arm or the neck, or just the turnover for the hold. Not having a good competition here, the Cuban women's coach. Tough act to follow though. great Ronaldo now retired from coaching. Less than a minute to go now. 2 Shidos against Victoria Turks. She's going to come forwards. Castillo. Looks to me as if she's got a hand injury there. A lot of fingers get pulled out, of course. The severe gripping strategies that we now have. Well, it's no different 30 years ago, believe me. Nice Achiwaza, almost. She sat her down on her backside, so it wasn't a direct score. Close though with that. 37 seconds left. Watch Victoria Turks come forwards. Anybody just tuned in? It's Neil Adams here, it's not Sheldon. Sheldon just taking a little bit of a break, so I'm filling in. Quarter-final of the under 78 kilograms category on your screens at the moment. 17 seconds to go. Castillo of Cuba just ahead. So all over. Yalis Castillo of Cuba into the semi-final. Amanglieva of Kazakhstan, her opponent. We'll stay on these quarterfinals at the moment. Kim Min-young of Korea against Santa Pikent of Lithuania in the quarterfinal of the plus 78 kilograms. Staying on that one. Pikent, Lithuania. She's fighting for her Olympic place. 2 Lithuanians fighting for the place, of course. Now then, that was close. Kim Min-young will have to be a little bit careful, overreaching there. She's had some good form of late and done very, very well. But she's not as tall as the other heavyweights, and sometimes if you overreach like that, then you've got a possibility of being taken backwards, which is what Pikent tried to do, and that's what she's going to do there. Look, just trying to do the Kosoto. She'll have to attack now, though. She's behind on attacks. Penalty would come. Gets away with it this time. It's a fairly even match. 2 minutes 30 left. Left against right. Two Koreans in this, Kim Min-young, Kim Ji-young. And there's a potential semi-final with those as well. So quite a few countries have done that. They've sent two people that are probably in the qualification zone to sort it out. A lot of hearts broken, believe me. Last couple of tournaments, and certainly at the World Masters it will be the same. Everybody at the World Masters, though, will be already qualified. It will just depend on whether their country sends them, if there's more than one of them that are there. Georgia, for example, in the heavyweights. Of course, Machiashvili and Okrishvili will both be there. And I would think it will be the winner goes. Well, that's going to be another penalty there to Pekent. Pekent just flopping onto a front. Second penalty to Pekent. 1 minute 19 left. Oh, I agreed with the referee. I really did. But anyway, that's been rubbed off. It's been rubbed off. And she takes her backwards. I would have stayed on the lapel if I was the Korean. We're going to just stay on this match till the end. We're going to then go over to mat 3 because there's an interesting little battle there. Clerget just coming through from France, working his way up the world ranking. They put him out a couple of times, and we've just missed the turnover there by Kim Min-young. She's going to finish this off. Kuzure Kesukatami, and a lot of you will be looking at that going, that's Yushiro Kesukatami, but actually Kodokan have still named it as Yushiro variation of. So you'll have to go to the Kodokan to work that one out. Kim Min-young then goes through, first Korean to go through to the semi-final position. And we are going to just go over to the match. Clerget, Axel Clerget of France against Andrew Burns of Great Britain. And he's got a good Yoko Tomonagi Clerget. He's just coming off the back of a medal last week in Azerbaijan. So he's full of it, and Andy Burns knows that he needs these world ranking points. He's desperate for them, and he's just gone over there. Big Sianagi, and Clerget takes Burns over. It's all over for Andy Burns. Clerget continues his run. He's through to the quarterfinals. Andy Burns, it's all over for him. So Clerget, interesting that he's really coming to good form, and it's just at the right time. We're going to stay on mat 3. Joachim Zvarby of Sweden He's against Hatem Abdel Aker, Hatem Abdel Aker of Egypt. This is one of the world leading Egyptian fighters at the moment. There's a few out there on the world circuit that are really working their way into the top of the world rankings. Varby, though, experienced as well. Varby's in white. Abdelaker just looking for the opening through for the Uchimata. He's got a nice Uchimata. Sianagi right the way underneath. And it's Varby straight into the attack. Looking for the turnover into the Osai Komi. If that hand settles, he could be into the Osai Komi. Just manages to get out. Abdelaker doesn't like it down there with Varby. Ranked 25 at the moment. Varby of Sweden. Abdelaker right the way up there at number 7. I'm just having a look now. I've got Sheldon just showing me. It's Marcus Nyman is the other one in the category. Nyman, of course, at 7 in the world. So Varby really badly needs this, and he needs the points if he's going to be considered by his own country, actually. World ranking points, could take him up to certainly around about the top 15. Whether it'll make any difference, I think Marcus Nyman, though, winner last week, and certainly an absolute, he's definitely in the driving seat. I'm getting hand signals all over the place here from Sheldon.
Good afternoon again.
So Sheldon is back. Thank you, Sheldon.
I think it's Neiman who's in the driving seat, isn't he, to be honest?
Fantastic. I thought we were playing charades for a second. It was great stuff. I did get it, though.
Marcus Neiman decided he was going to give it a go. It was that kind of thing. I'll give it a go. It was a very good go.
Yeah, exactly. And come through good form at the right time.
Really good results. Difficult to stop him now.
I think Varby kind of realises that as well. But winning this match, this could take him through into the quarterfinals. Saying that, it's a Shido each now. Oh, beautiful Ashiwaza there. Wazari scored, and Abdel Aker just took him down. Diashibarai just caught him right. Now he has got a mountain to climb. Joachim Dvabi will need a nip on now. Quarterfinals, got to get to the quarterfinals to have any chance of a medal. Nice Tomanagi there from Dvabi. Then another Ashiwaza there, caught him with the same thing. Well, I'm going to ask Sheldon now. Abdel Aker, where is he in the world rankings at the moment?
He's qualified through the continental quota, Abdel Aker. So if he wins here, what he could do is qualify direct. I mean, he's got to take the gold medal. He could qualify direct, and that continental quota place would then be freed up for someone else. But he's down there at 49. A win here. Oop, almost goes over.
Well, it's a Yuko,
yeah,
and it's not quite enough for Dvabi. He's holding him at the moment.
Ooh. Nah.
Well, it could just, if he just wraps this up now, turns his hips over, and that's what's going to happen, and Abdelakir could be in trouble. Oh.
He look at the clock. The first thing he did was look at the clock. How much time have I got left? Shall I have another go on the ground, or shall I risk it standing up? He picked up Yuko.
Yeah, 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, and he's breathing heavy, I tell you. So watch out for Dvabi, because he's going to come forwards.
He was strong enough to get out of the Osai Komi. This break here to do his belt up is incredible. You know, a little 15 seconds, 20 seconds, what it will do. Just get some air back in your lungs.
They call it sucking dust off the rafters. That's it, and that's what you do. And you take the long walk back. Abdelakir has to hold on. He's a Wazari up. Dvabi will have other thoughts on that. Still 48 seconds left. He's got nice Ashiwaza, hasn't he, Abdelakir? He's caught him twice with it. Diashibarai.
Moves nicely. Yeah. He reminds me a little bit of Ashley Gonzalez, you know, the body type and movement.
Without the Siyanagi.
Yeah.
He has a pretty dynamic Siyanagi, that guy.
Yeah. He's really tired, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really tired. He's just hanging on. He really is. It's fingertip stuff.
That's what Dvabi hasn't been able to do, to move him enough. 10 seconds. Oh, another look at the clock.
Well, big breath there, but he's just done it. He's through to the quarter-final.
Dvabi has a look over at Abdelakir, his conqueror, as if to say, how could you do that to me? And Abdelakir is only able to lift his head off the mat, not even his body, just lifted his head up, had a look and put his head back down. I don't know myself, mate.
No. That was some match.
Yeah, they know what it's worth to both of them.
Yeah. I think he was looking up at his coach there and saying, how long before my next one?
Yeah. Well, we can tell you, I can't tell you how long it's going to be, but I can at least tell you against whom it will be. I'll have a look at that. Zgank will face Cheng, the Chinese men, for a change, actually having a bit of a run out. Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan will face Colton Brown. Abderrahman Benamadi of Algeria will face Axel Clerget. And it will be Hatem Abdelakir to face the winner of this contest between Shirali Urayev of Uzbekistan and Dalaletkan Shakipov of Kazakhstan. It's Urayev in a white judogi, Shakipov in blue.
Shakipov did very well in the previous round. Obviously he had the whole crowd behind him, but did incredibly well. Really impressive. And I think Juryev, I mean, we know that he's very strong for the first part of the contest, and then it kind of goes away from him. He can be thrown, Juryev. It
was Nikolaos Sherazadishvili of Spain that Shakipov put out in the previous round.
Yeah, he did it. It's incredible. Opening seconds, they just kind of fell to the floor. He did an attack, and they went 2 meters outside. He fell into a half hold down, and of course, he thought he was going to get out. It was going to be Mate, but managed to hold him for the full Ippon. But surprise to everybody, but a bigger surprise to the Spanish fighter. Cubans doing well as well. They've got Armamenteros against Ben Khalid of Tunisia on their -100s, and that's a quarter-final match as well. Got a couple of really good men, haven't they, at the moment, the Cubans?
Yeah, they'll have been inspired by Silva Morales' win yesterday. I don't know whether you take that into consideration when you're on the mat, but certainly around the venue you walk with a little bit more swagger, don't you? You've got a gold medalist on your team and you're up next, so take a bit of shine of that. Elkan Mammadov has won his contest down on mat number 1 in the semi-final of the under 100 kilo category. Already in the final there, Elkan Mammadov. Slightly further advanced than this half of the draw. Mammadov beating out Serjenik Miklos of Hungary to take his place in the final. What a result that is for Mammadov.
Well, there's another interesting one there. We've got Machiashvili Akruashvili of Georgia coming up in 2 on the mat 1, and here it is. It's just about to happen, actually. I don't know whether you're interested in seeing that one.
It's all yours, pal.
So I think we're going to leave this match just for a second. We'll go over because it is a point of interest. We're going to go on to mat number 1, Machiashvili against Akruashvili.
That was Zhakipov planting Zhurayev over in this near corner.
Just as we went off it as well, but there we go.
That happens.
The reason interested in this one because it's an Olympic berth. That's what they're after, these two.
Machiashvili in the white judogi, Akruashvili in blue, and they're still all to fight for.
Well, as I understand it, it's not just going to be on this, is it? It's going to be on
the
World Masters as well. Obviously, they know each other, these two. Well, he's hot and cold, isn't he? Adam Akruashvili, he really is hot and cold. If he decides to move, but I've seen him so often and he just doesn't want to move. Machiashvili is the more lively of the two.
He seems that little bit more hungry, doesn't he? You know, more hungry.
Yeah, I mean, you see him sometimes, he just doesn't, he can't be bothered, Akruashvili. Well, it seems that way anyway.
He gives that impression.
Well, neither one of them have done a proper attack. They're going to get penalised surely fairly soon. Well, I haven't seen Akruashvili doing anything here to warrant an attack. I don't know about Ippon. Left to left. Almost like they're afraid to lose. There's a good one there from Akruashvili. So Akruashvili opens up the account. Big O Soto. I say no Soto, then they turn it into the Harai Makakomi, don't they? Sumigashi, Harai Makakomi again. Harai Makakomi, Soto Makakomi, just really just falling onto the arm. Well, I thought it might be an interesting confrontation here.
Well, it should be, because both fighters know exactly what's at stake. We're going way beyond, a medal in Almaty here, and you would assume that they would be, enthusiastic about it. Look how enthusiastic it was about that. He just managed to stick one hand and one leg out.
Well, I mean, when you get domestic matches, they obviously know each other very well, but yeah, like you say, should be a little bit more lively. And Maciejashvili can go left and right as well. He can change it from left to right. So penalty there, second penalty to Maciejashvili for ducking under.
Sometimes with the heavier weights, you just have to wait that little bit longer, don't you, until something develops, and all of a sudden there's some huge throw that they produce.
Yeah, it's well, he's just pushing out there. That should be a penalty for Akruashvili. Well, she's given it to Maciejashvili, but Akruashvili there was absolutely pushing out, and they gave 2 penalties for pushing out yesterday. Difference between guiding somebody outside of the area and pushing.
Yeah.
One more penalty to Maciejashvili, it'll be all over. Bit of frustration there, I think, for him.
You see, the other thing that one could reasonably have expected was that Maciejashvili would have run Akruashvili that little bit closer. He hasn't troubled him. He hasn't shown us anything that gives us the impression that he understands exactly what's at stake here. He's kind of coasted through the contest and just allowed the penalties to pile up.
And it's all over. Akruashvili's going to go through. So Akruashvili goes through to the final, and that's that, all done and dusted.
Well, I wonder what kind of final we're going to get.
I can't wait.
Because we've still got the top half of the draw to sort out. We've got quarterfinals still to come between Faisal Jabala and Ushangi Kokori. That's coming up on mat number 2, and then after that we'll have Maciej Czarnecki of Poland to face Islam El Shahabi. But we've got a semi-final now coming up now. Albina Amgandelieva of Kazakhstan faces Yelenis Castillo of Cuba. It'll be Amgandelieva of Kazakhstan in white and Castillo of Cuba in blue. And I heard the Cuban coach giving her a right rollicking earlier.
Well, I was saying earlier that he's not had a very good competition, really, has he? He's got something to live up to, really. The great Ronaldo now retired.
Yeah, the difficulty for Cuba is having had such a hugely successful coach and team. I think you have to put coach in there as well, because he just had this whole run of being able to produce high quality judoka, so he's got to be called in there. So coach and team were hugely successful. How do you follow that, especially if you have a dip when you've still got numbers but they're just not coming up with the quality?
No, exactly. It is difficult. You have a different approach. Not everybody's convinced, of course, when you've had somebody that strong. Now that's going to be a score. Look at that. Wazari scored. Amgandelieva straight on top there. And, well, she's having a great run through, and the crowd absolutely loving this. She's going to go through to the final. Great performance from her.
Well, Castillo was just shy of the direct qualification spot.
Amangeldieva.
She's going to be a bit further down. I'm going to have to search for her. I can't imagine that she was anywhere near it. She's down there at 47. Now, in the final, you know, anything can happen. But let's assume that the best happened. She'll still be outside of the qualification spots, but she may pick up the continental quota. So maybe that's what she was, you know, so happy about there. The possibility that win would put a...
Well, just a great performance in front of a home crowd as well. Brilliant stuff.
Well, we've still got the other half of the draw to sort out.
Well, that one was all over,
Pakanita
wasn't
didn't
it?
hang around, did she?
No, absolutely.
Poor old Odku Javsma getting a bit of a smack in there from Santa Pakanita. Yeah, that top half of the draw in the under 78 kilo category. Gemma Gibbons will face Yahima Ramirez, and it'll be Assunta Gaglioni to face Zhang Sihui of China. We've got one more contest on mat number 1. It's a semi-final in the plus 78 kilo category. We just saw Santa Pakanita there. We haven't yet seen Idalis Ortiz. She's got her quarterfinal to come up against Melissa Mojica of Puerto Rico. Anyway, let's have a look at mat number 3, Neil. Down on mat number 3, it's the under 90 kilo category. Abderrahmane Benamadi of Algeria faces Axel Clerget of France. Clerget's been looking so good these last few tournaments. I really like him. He's always been an attractive fighter to watch. It'll be Benamadi in the white judogi, Clerget in blue. Here's Neil.
Full of action. Clerget he's all attack, and that's what's fantastic about him. He's got the Yoko Tomai, of course. But watch him right from the off. No passivities for him. Well, Benamadi will have to grip up, but he'll know straight away. If he starts to lead off and follow Clerget, he'll pay the price. Now, Clerget has and that's why, the Tomonagi there didn't quite have the sleeve, didn't quite have the control. Scores a lot with that. Strong fight for the sleeve grip. That's what they want, both of them. Clerget wants the arm over the top now. Benamadi hasn't done anything, has he, so far? Just nothing at all. No penalty on the board either. Now looking for their Arite. Benamadi hasn't been able to do anything at all, and he's just pointing to his sleeve saying, well, he's controlling my sleeve. But again, the inconsistency there, Sheldon. They're not giving penalties for end of the sleeve grip, and then all of a sudden we see they give 2 or 3 of them.
Let's have a look and see what happens when Clerget grips up with the sleeve. We'll pay some attention to it, because I hadn't I've been looking at it in this particular contest, but it's a good point that Neil makes. Let's see if Clerget, once, and oddly enough it's gone the other way this time, it's Benamadi that manages to get hold of the sleeve first.
He breaks it off there. That's Clerget, but I think you'll get penalised for stepping out the area here. And it's Ben Ahmadi that gets penalised for pushing him out. You see, my initial feeling was Ben Ahmadi pushed him out. There was no real effort to come up with anything other than pushing him out. It's just how it's such a subjective thing. Was it a push? Was it a step out? You know, it's such a fine line.
Well, I think past a certain degree of leaning forward and purchase on the push forward, I think it should be. You get it. But I mean, if you're upright and you're guiding, then there's a difference. There really is. Look at him now. He's absolutely head down and just trying to get him to stand outside. And it goes to Clerget this time.
It goes to Clerget. Take your pick.
Yeah. And it is. You can't take chances with it. You know. So if it was me, actually, I would be in the middle of the mat area and I wouldn't be going for it. Yeah, just wouldn't go for it.
Yes, well, it's very much what Jan Schneider says, the IJF head refereeing director. He says, tell your fighter, take a grip, fight in the middle of the mat.
And throw.
That's it.
That's all you have to do. It's easy, really.
Yeah, Jan makes it sound so easy, doesn't he?
So now he has the end of the sleeve. So have a look now. So he's dominating the end of the sleeve. He wants the arm over the top. Gets the arm over the top, and there's the Yoko Tomoe. That's when he's dangerous, when he's dominating the sleeve.
So that whole cycle that Neil has just described is perfectly acceptable because he was going forward all the time, looking for something, came up with the attack. So it didn't matter if he'd taken the sleeve, absolutely killed it, because everything else that went with it
was progressive.
Right, progressive. And it just meant that Clerget was dominating the grips in a way that we allow. If he just kills it and doesn't do anything, then that's when he should pick up the penalty. But you can see again, he's always looking for something, isn't he? As a busy fighter, and as Neil said, you're not going to get a sheet of passivity from Clerget.
Well, it's exactly the same situation as Renair. Renair catches it for a reason, only to throw Philippon. That's it. And that's what Clerget's doing here. He's catching it, he's controlling it, he's pushing it down as he comes back up.
I think it's done.
I think it's all over.
Yeah, false attack or overly defensive posture. Yeah. Clerget through to the semi-final. Well, there's nothing more that Clerget can do. If he wins here, he's still languishing behind Alexander Ider, his French teammate, who is well placed as far as the qualification is concerned.
It's got to be Ider, hasn't it, for the Olympic place? But
top 10 fighter.
But when you look at, there must be a reason they're putting him out here, and whether it's injury to Ider or but they want him placed as a reserve. That's for sure.
And he'll be a good backup, a worthy backup. Right, on mat 3 now in the under 90 kilo category. A quarter-final between Hatem Abd El-Akher of Egypt. He faces Dalaud Khan Shakipov of Kazakhstan. Abd El-Akher in the white judogi, Shakipov in blue.
Zakipov just needs to flinch. Crowd right up there. Great crowd here. Absolutely amazing crowd. Says they must have heard me.
They're getting into it. Matyas Shanashki looks as though he's pulled a hamstring on mat 2, unfortunately for him. That's in the plus 100 kilo category. The big fella struggling now.
There's the Ashiwaza again. Abdelakher has really nice feet. Well, I'm not saying the feet are nice, but his ashi was as good.
What pretty feet you have. I'm not going to tell him that. I'll get a smack.
They certainly wouldn't say that about me, Sheldon, and my wife would pertain to that. She would say, no, not the prettiest of.
You're putting a lot of hard work there. It's bound to show signs of all the effort, wear and tear.
Yeah, really fighting well, Zakopov there.
Well, we're going to wait for the quarter-final on the adjoining map between Gemma Gibbons and Yahima Ramirez. I think that's going to be a good battle. But Zakopov, we kind of left him last time, remember, so...
And then he did this massive ippon, didn't he?
We better pay him a little bit of respect this time round. Well, hang on here, because this is a quarter-final as well. Neil's going to keep an eye on Abdel Akha and Zakopov. I'm just going to move aside a little bit and take a look at Gemma Gibbons and Ramirez. I'll keep you updated on that one, but here's Neil with Abdel Akha and Zakopov.
Well, that's going to be a penalty for Zakopov for sure, just for dropping. So he goes down. Abdel Akha in the driving seat, but has he got the condition for this? Really short time in between fights now for these. This to take them into the semi-final. There'll be even less then, because he'll have to realise that we all want to get our lunch. So a penalty goes up to Abdel Akha. Of course, the crowd love that. Zakopov needs to put the attacks in. So good as she was all the time. Abdel Akha all the time, just putting them in and breaking the balance of Zakopov. Big attack there from Zakopov. 1 minute 45, still plenty of time. Abdel Akha needs to be able to keep going. There it is! Wazari scored! Yoko Otoshi. Zakopov directly into the hold down. Is he going to go onto the arm now? Ooh, Togata. Well, glad we stayed on this, because another great attack from Zakopov, and Zakopov just dropped right in there. He has such good control of that arm. Don't know if we're going to see it back in slow motion. Probably not.
Maybe.
Well, they want to see it. Great change of direction. Tries it again. Easily stopped this time from Abdel Akha.
But you know, after the beauty of the tachi was, he shouldn't have let that go in on the ground, you know.
No, well, he followed it into ground again.
That should have been like a vice.
I don't think they can hardly stand up, these two, actually. That was a brilliant, opportune technique. It really was. I think you're right, though. You know, it's a situation lost, and now he's got a whole minute to go.
There he goes again.
Oh. Wow, that was close, wasn't it?
He just managed to get that left arm out, didn't he?
Right the way in there again for the Yoko Satemi, and now he's going to finish it. 30 seconds to go.
This is better.
Abdel Akha takes a little look up at the referee. He's going to be in trouble. It's going to be the Tati show any second. Good timing, had to get it right. 14 seconds left. I don't think Abdelakir would have another match in him, actually. He needs the break, certainly, for the repechage final.
That was a chance for the Koso Dagaki there. He really got close. And when you talk about give everything in the last few seconds, Hatem Abdelakir really is giving the best that he's got. And remember that the last fight, he almost ran off asking his coach, how long have I got? Well, it wasn't long enough, I don't think.
I don't think so.
And he still throws in one more effort at the end. That was a terrific effort from the Egyptian, really was. Look at the pair of them.
What a great fight, really. A terrific fight from both of them. And that's what it's all about. Give it your all. Look at there. Yoko Satemi, Yoko Otoshi. It's a Kataguruma variation, isn't it? We know that. Like Sheldon said, could have just wrapped it up there.
Terrific,
look at the drive he gets there. Just pushing off those back legs. Brilliant stuff. Oh, Zakipov goes into the semi-final. Looks quite, not fresh, but certainly looks fresher than Abdelakir.
Yeah, the bad news for the Egyptian is that if he's going to medal, he's got 2 more fights.
It's going to be a long day for him, isn't it?
What a battle that was. Great fight.
And the result of the Gemma Gibbons?
Well, she was up against Yahima Ramirez, and as much as I may get in trouble for what I'm about to say, it's no surprise that she won on the back of her opponent getting 4 Shidos. I'm not in the least bit surprised.
Wow.
If she was a football team, she'd be banned for the number of red cards that she's had. Really. It is beyond ridiculous. It's so much so that we may need to have a look at what we're going to do about it.
Well, what they do say is let's just get them off a little bit quicker, and if they don't want to fight, then they don't want to fight.
We're going to see the quarterfinal between Assunta Galeoni of Italy. She faces Zhang Zihui of China. It's Galeoni in the white judogi, Zhang in blue. And if anyone at home thinks that I'm being harsh when it comes to Yahima Ramirez, I'm going to make a point now of looking at the record, and I'll let you know exactly how many red cards she's had.
Well, it is a good point. I think we need to look at the amount of passivities given, and just really, if somebody doesn't want to fight, doesn't want to attack, then we just get them off quicker. The 3 Shido mark, I think, still a good idea. Yeah.
It's just littered with them. Just. Well, what do you do?
Well, here we have Galeoni of Italy. Could it be another Italian? My goodness, what a tournament they're having.
If we just take the last 10, that's random, isn't it? The number 10, last 10. During the last 10 contests, she has had 4 Hansokumake. 4 Hansokumake. Almost half of her contests end up with Hansokumake. Now, given that a Hansokumake is 4 Shidos, right? That's 16 Shidos in 4 contests that put her out. And in the other contest, she's gone on to pick up 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 and 16. I mean, that 29 Shidos in 10 contests. I think that may be excessive.
Well, Do you know what? I think you made your point, though.
29 Shidos. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
So we need to look at that for sure.
Four
Absolutely.
red cards in 10 outings. It's just too many. When it comes to football, you can collect a yellow card in this game and a yellow card in that game and a yellow card in that game. But when you collect too many yellow cards over a certain period of time, you're given a ban. Something's wrong.
Well, 3 Shidos up there. Talking about Shidos for Gaglione.
Yeah, and 2 to Jung. But if you then look at their records and you find out that this is unusual, then you just pass on it. You say, okay, it was the circumstances. They ended up, one was a gripping infringement, one was a step out, one was a false attack that could have been a failed attack. There are different, ways of collecting Shidos. But when it's, what do they call it? Endemic. I think
Well, Gaglione was almost in the hold down there, but I'm not sure whether the referee's going to disqualify somebody here.
She's only a few feet away from us, Yahimo Ramirez. But I'm not sure that she's the kind of the player that you'd go over to and have a word with about the number of Shidos. Maybe slightly excitable character.
Well, trying to get the big arm across. Chinese fighter fighting off the sleeves, and that was close. Big, the shout. Worse than the actual technique.
Almost got the Koshigaruma, didn't she? Her arm
She
around
did.
the head there. She just slipped out of it, Gaglione. 40-odd seconds left to go. The Chinese in this weight have had some degree of success. Prior to Zheng Zihui taking over, they had Yang Chuli, who was the Olympic champion in Beijing at under 78 kilos, and before that it was Liu Jia, who was the Olympic silver medalist. So they've got some previous at this weight, and if you look at the body type, this is a good body type for 78 kilos. She's not the days of dumpy fighters in this weight category really have gone, and it could be that we will begin to see a better shaped and better prepared, physically prepared fighter in the plus 78 kilo category. I mean, we've got a few. Chibisova's, not that bad. Franziska Konitz, again, that kind of shape. And if we're looking at something around 90 kilos, 92 kilos, you're in that. You're in there with the shout. Once they start getting up to 100, 110, you're pushing it there.
I think you're right. I mean, it's got to be trained. Whatever happens, we've got to have trained athletes.
Yeah.
So a win there, 5 Shidos there.
Zheng Zihui doesn't worry about hanging around. She had the 2 Shidos, Gaglione the 3. Disappointment for the Italian there, but the Chinese, she's off and running. Get ready for the next contest. Speaking of Chinese, here's Mr. Wang Goqiao, who's the referee in the middle for this one, taking control of the contest between Idalis Ortiz of Cuba and her neighbor just from down the road in Puerto Rico, Melissa Mojica. It's Ortiz in the white judogi, Mojica in blue.
Well, Ortiz has been up and down, hasn't she, since London? She had a little bit of a run of losses. Then she won the world title, and then now just coming back to form just at the right time. You can't write her off, can you, for defending the Olympic title? Drop Cianagi there from Ortiz.
We've still got quite a lot of judo to come. Even though we've wrapped it up on mat 1, we've still got a bit to come. Armenteros and Buzzacarini, that'll be a nice Pan-American head-to-head. The Cuban and the Brazilian. Ben Amadi and Abd El Akha. I wonder which one of them will be able to breathe as they take to the mat for that repechage contest. And then Cheng Xunzhou of China to face Mamad Ali Mediev in the semi-final of the under 90 kilo category. What an achievement for Cheng Yun, the Korean coach, South Korean coach, who's gone over to China, was in danger last year of losing his job because it was felt that he was not making any progress. But for me, there were already signs that the Chinese men were beginning to be competitive in contests, albeit that they weren't winning them, and now they're beginning to win matches. Sun Shuai yesterday, Sai Yin Brijigala, Cheng Junzhou, there's a few of them that are looking good. And Jianqi, how quickly can you build a men's program? No way.
Takes
no
8
way.
years.
Exactly.
8 years to build a program.
And at the end of the first year, they were reviewing his progress. I mean, come on, give the man a break. So after 2 years, they'll, I suppose, begrudgingly renew his contract for another, which is unsettling for a coach. He needs to know that he can invest time, effort, his family. He's got to spend time and effort there, and it would be good if they said, okay, we like what you've done, here's the cycle up to Tokyo. It's only 4 years, and Neil's just pointed out that you need 8, so you're only giving him half the time. But if he knew that he was going to coach up until Tokyo, I'd imagine that he would be absolutely full on. In any case, Chung, he hasn't got any other way. When you see him, he lives it, absolutely lives it. And that's what I like about a lot of the coaches that you see. They take their coaching appointment irrespective of where their national allegiance lies. And when you see them in that chair, they just live for those fighters. You put any T-shirt or tracksuit you want on them, but they're really up for those fighters. And Chung, I think, is one of those coaches. In the meantime, Melissa Moika's picked up 3 penalties. Ortiz just coasting here.
Well, Ortiz really just coasting, just waiting for the moment, really, but it might come now. There's the hips across. She was just waiting for that right moment. Hand went across there, went round the waist. All over. So Honsokamaki given there to Majika.
Yeah, another penalty-strewn contest for Mayuka. She's got that, illness as well. I think Larissa Cherik and Gulsan Isanova are coming on to mat 2 now in the plus 78 kilo category. It's a quarter-final here, so we haven't got really any choice because one of these could still go on to win it, whereas Ben Amadi and Abdel Akha, they can't. They're in the repechage contest, so we have to give the girls the credit and watch this one, Cherik and Isanova. But those of you that want to see a battle royale are going to be slightly disappointed, I think, because Hatem Abd El Akha can't make it to the mat. He's done, mate.
Well, you said that he was going to be done, didn't you? You just thought that might be it.
Ben Amadi, he gave everything. To his credit, he gave everything. So Ben Amadi is, luckily for him, able to just come to mat 3, take the bow, and he takes the contest. He'll compete for the bronze medal later on in the final block. He must be so relieved at not having to come up against Hatem Abdel Akha. They just didn't have anything left.
I think he would have been so relieved not to come up against anybody, really, but 2 semi-finals in the under-90s just about to happen then. Zheng Sunghao of China, Mediev, and that semi-final just about to happen.
We're going to join that. we're going to go down in there because this is a quarter-final. We've got the semi-final there. We've got a guaranteed finalist down on mat number 3. Let's go down to mat number 3 and we'll take a look at the contest between Chung Chun-Chao of China. He faces Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan. It's Chung in the white judogi, Mediev in blue, and sitting in the chair for Chung is Chung. We were just talking about our coaching friend, weren't we? And there he is. I'm really pleased for him, you know. It's not an easy thing to, jump ship, go to a new country and get accepted. But he's really well received in the team and in that tight-knit coaching staff group. It's above.
Well, it isn't easy. I mean, what you're dealing with is different cultures and different ways of life. There are people there that don't want you there because they want the position. You know, it isn't easy. And then, of course, like for me, for example, whole family were there and had to readjust. Kids went to a different school, different language. Some ways it's a great advantage, but it is difficult. 3 penalties already. Look at that. Mediev gets 2. Schenk has 1 up there. And it's all because of the left to right situation. Looking for that sleeve. They can't grip up. Now he's got it. Schenk, every time he takes it, just a little bit of a flash there. Well, they're both afraid. As soon as they grip up, they're both afraid.
I was very lucky this morning to have a word with Idalis Ortiz, who Neil mentioned. Oh, yes.
Wow, it's brilliant dip on that. Soto there really just took him out. I think the coach as well, just a little bit of celebration going on there.
I'm going to go over.
Wow, that's amazing. Cheng Shunhao, that Osoda Gary there just really snaked across and he just took him flat on his back. He did. He landed flat on his back. Brilliant stuff there from the Chinese fighter. Left Osoto, hips went through as well. And coach and fighter absolutely delighted. That's brilliant. Final place for him. So after that then, how do we follow that? Axel Clerget coming out. Zakopov of Kazakhstan. The crowd are going to be up for this as well. So the other semi-final. So Axel Clerget got something to prove here, and here he goes. He's wearing white. Zakopov of Kazakhstan in blue. And we know what Zakopov can do. Clerget will have to keep on the move. It'll all be about this sleeve, I think. Watch the sleeve grip. You'll have to watch the Yoko Satemiwaza. I'm talking about Zakopov and Clerget, both of them. We'll have to be careful because they're both going to be looking for the same thing.
For me, Clerget's best scenario would be the longer the contest, the better the chance. You know, if you get to 4 minutes and Zakipov's still on the mat, you've got a better chance.
Clerget is going to be supremely fit, extremely well prepared.
Well, the thing is, he's got to watch out for that shoulder of his being pulled in, because that's when Zakopov just drops down for the Yoko Otoshi that he does. The Kataguruma variation.
Yeah, he's got that reworked Kataguruma. All he just misses really is the hands. He puts another hand up on the sleeve.
I think it's just that the hands work in a different way.
Yeah.
They're both latched on, but they work in a different way. All controlling the upper part of the body, of course.
Clerget, I think, would like a longer contest. Jakipov isn't going to be as sharp after 4 minutes as he is, in one. And the other thing that I think that Clerget would, where he would fancy himself is in Newaza. He should try to engage Jakipov in Newaza as much as possible early on to, one, frustrate him because he wants to be standing up, two, wear him down a bit. And unsettle him, make him do things that he doesn't want to, open him up a little bit. Neil.
Well, he's right. That's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to keep lively, Clerget. He needs to stop that right hand, that controlling right hand of Zakopov. That's why he's trying to catch the sleeve. Zakopov doesn't want any of it. So trying to keep that space. Zakopov just looking. He wants that shoulder under control. He'll have to change it though, because Clerget is having none of it. Cianegi! Oh, brilliant stuff. Wazari then for Clerget. Dropped right the way underneath. And you're right, Sheldon. He's looking for the Newaza there. And he needs to really plug away at it. Control with the legs. There's the Sangaku. If he can just climb this, collapse him.
He's got him. Squeezed it on.
Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it? What a brilliant performance that was from Clerget. Axel Clerget. Sangaku. And he pulls it in. And it was a brilliant Cianagi that started that all off.
Well, Clerget didn't have to wait for the last minute to whack the Sangaku on.
No, another gold medal chance there for France.
He's feeling that one, Zakipov. I like the matchup on the ground between Clerget and Jakipov. I just felt that overall Clerget was going to have a much, much stronger ground game than Jakipov, much more experienced, a wider variety of techniques that he could employ, and I didn't think that Jakipov would be able to stand up to it. I didn't think he would catch him on the ground that early. You'd give him a better go standing up, but hey, you take what comes.
Yeah, and it did come early, didn't it? That was brilliant. Lovely left Cianagi.
We're going to move to mat number 2 now, because Jose Armenteros of Cuba faces Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil. It's Neil in control of the moving machine, and he's just going to exercise his right finger here, and we're going to be on mat 2. There you go. Armenteros picks up a penalty. It's Vladimir Nutsabidze of Georgia, the referee in the middle for this one. Armenteros in white, Buzzacarini in blue, and here's Neil.
Buzzacarini just looking for the opening to drop underneath him. Armenteros. There's the Cianagi. That's what he was waiting for. I was just about to say. He's just waiting to kill it dead. Well, I saw Buzzacarini about 3 years ago. He came onto the scene, and I thought, oh, there's great talent there. It's going to, and I'm not quite sure whether he is absolutely asserted himself yet as a medal hope in the weight category, but he's certainly a handful. And there takes him back with the Uranagi. That's got to be a score. Wazari scored. I mean, they're pushing him forwards, aren't they? Buzzacarini. He's out almost all the time, but of course fighting for his Olympic place in Brazil.
Well, the Brazilians are in the lucky position as host
nation for the games to be able to choose one player in each of the weight categories, and Buzzacarini only trails his teammate Luciano Correa by about 100 points, which is nothing really in the mix of things. So it should really come down to who the Brazilians think is most likely to give them the best performance on the day. Luciano Correa, as we know, was a one-off world champion, but it happened in Rio. That's the thing. And they're not going to forget that. The Brazilians are not going to forget the fact that Luciano Correa gave the best performance of his life in Rio to win the World Championships. It begins to carry a lot of weight, doesn't it? And the other thing is he leads in the IGF World Ranking list. So it's not just a question of, nostalgia or let's do the boy a favour. He actually heads his teammate.
But he does. But I mean, not if Buzzacarini gets through to the final here, because the points will take him ahead of him. And the other thing is that I think that Korea's, he's just on the way down, and so finding it a little bit more difficult form-wise. Do you send the young one for 2020? I don't know. It's a difficult one, like you say. It is. That's going to be another penalty for Buzzacarini, or a penalty for him for just dropping down.
Took a whack to the head and kneeled down. I wonder if Nutsabidze, saw that he kneeled down because of the whack to the head, rather than trying to get away from a grip or any kind of false attack, and he just said, "Okay, I'll give you a pass on that one." He leads by Wazari, and Armenteros has picked up a single Shido. There's a minute and 20 odd seconds left to go.
We're definitely on the retreat now, Buzzacarini. He's just defending.
Yeah, the shop isn't completely closed, but I can see the shutter coming down.
That's it, yeah. Nice seeing Aggie there from Armenteros. That's a better one, though. Very deep.
On the other side there from Buzzacarini. That was nice. Answered that quickly. That was the way to do it, isn't it? You get attacked, a good one from Armenteros, and he comes straight back with an even better one of his own, just to rub out in the mind of Nutsabidze any thought of who might be ahead on attacks and that sort of stuff. Level things up pretty quickly.
Well, he just needs to block out now, really. And he doesn't. He just attacks off it. Always the best form of defence.
Half a minute left. He puts in one last big attack with that Soto, and maybe that will just settle things for the referee as far as any thoughts of a possible passivity. But there's no way that he's going to pick up 3 penalties in this space of time. He's got to avoid being thrown here. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do now. Just manages to move him there. 19 seconds ticking away.
Shinohara gave the indication there, the Brazilian coach.
Down on the ground.
Get him on the ground. Take it on the ground, Buzzacarini. The time seems to go so much quicker when you're in Newaza than when you're in Tachiwaza.
It's hard, sometimes that last minute can be an hour. But it's enough Buzzacarini goes through.
Yeah, we'll see Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil in that semi-final. And Anil's point about decision-making, the process of decision-making, and what sort of things will sway the selectors one way or the other. I mean, who knows? Because it all happens behind closed doors. But this kind of performance, and the fact that he's the younger of the two, and Korea really hasn't done, a massive amount to impress on the international scene when it comes so close. If Korea had some markable Olympic experience that you could point to and say, hey, he's been there and he's got a bronze medal, then you go for that. He hasn't. So you've got to be looking at Buzzacarini in this late run that he's making and say, hey. Anyway, it's going to be down to them, isn't it, at the end?
It is. It's always down to them, and so plus 100s.
No contest for Shanashki. He pulled a hamstring in a previous contest, so Faisal Jabala will be absolutely delighted at the prospect of not having to face Shanashki in order to get into the bronze medal contest. He's there on that walkover. We've got another semi-final now. Ushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan faces Islam El Shahabi of Egypt. It's Kokauri in the white judogi, El Shahabi in blue, and here's Neil.
Well, El Shahabi is one of the fighters, isn't he, that, well, at first we thought he was going to be a real threat because he is a big man. We thought he was going to be a threat to the great Teddy Riner, but it hasn't turned out that way. I often wonder with El Shahabi how much randori, how much practice he's actually getting against people his own size. But then you've always got to wonder that with the heavyweights. Of course, people like Teddy Riner, he imports his randoris and his people in. But in Egypt, I don't think you can do that.
The other, well, they've had two problems. El Shahabi's had two problems to face. One has been that the lack of bodies, and tied in with that, the nature of the Egyptian Judo Federation. They've had their own difficulties, and then the overriding difficulty has been the political situation in Egypt. That's been extremely difficult. So, not surprising that we haven't seen as much of him, and that he's kind of, as Neil was saying, he's kind of gone off the boil. You know, he came in and thought, hey, this is a strong guy. You know, he might be able to test the big fella, but it hasn't happened. And I don't think that he developed to the best of his potential, unfortunately.
No, I think we've seen him going over a few times, haven't we? And he's also been injured as well. But well, let's just see how it is. I think the lack of true practice, true judo practice. We can run as much as we want. We can do as many weights as we want. It's not the same as getting 10 randoris a day under your belt. And just rolled over. Look at that. He's just rolled over. Kokauri then just straight on top from Azerbaijan. Just laid there, didn't he? I mean, it
clueless.
It was unbelievable, actually. It was like watching, well, not a beginner, but it was really, it was a very, very juvenile mistake there from El Shahabi. Kokauri is through. Those kind of mistakes you can't afford to make.
We're definitely not in the semi-final of a Grand Prix with so much at stake. You need to iron those things out at a much lower level. And again, we come back to Neil's point about the lack of practice. You can get fit, do all the running and weights you like, but if you're not doing enough judo, then slips like that can occur. You're just not switched on enough.
Well, and that's, by the looks of it, that's exactly how it is. I mean, he's just ambling off El Shahabi.
He may be dragging that left thigh a little bit. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt that his mobility was impaired. Because he showed a distinct lack of it.
Your favourite here now, so
Yahima
Ramirez is out. Let's see if we can see some attacking judo from her Gallioni of Italy.
Who's not that far behind her, is she? Having picked up 3 in her last contest. So the pair of them come to the mat. They've got 7 Shidos in their last outing between the pair of them. And Jose Manuel Cortez is the referee in the middle. For this one, I wonder how many times he's going to be rolling his hands over.
They're going for Ippon. I'm almost sure of it. One of the problems, of course, is the big fight for grip and then the lack of grip when they turn in for the technique, and it's just flop and drop all the time. Look, they're concentrating on the ends of the sleeves here. Should be concentrating on the attack. So an Ashiwaza there from Gaglioni.
She won't pick up a passivity then. But Ramirez will. No surprise there. I think if I get slated for being harsh or negative comments, this is the only one I would defend. I'd say, yeah, okay, I shouldn't have said that or whatever. But if it's a fact, it's not my opinion. It's a fact,
Well, that's what the rules are for. The rules are there to, if they don't want to fight, then just take them off the mat. Or if they can't attack. I mean, that's the whole idea of our sport is that you throw somebody, hold them, arm lock or strangle for a submission. And that's what you've got to be doing, not just tapping away at the legs. It's going to get another Shido any second now.
Gaglioni's desperate for points here, to be honest. Both fighters pick up penalties. But Gaglioni could qualify direct, if she wins a medal here. Ramirez, well, she's still a little bit off the pace.
This will put Gaglioni where in the world rankings?
Well, at the moment she's 24, but she could get lifted up into, 19 or 18, and that would give her direct qualification.
So third penalty goes up to Ramirez, and I think, possibility here of another red card coming.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Where's your money? She got 3 in 2 minutes. We've got to give her 1 in 2 minutes. I think the odds are against her, aren't they?
Well, Gaglioni just controlling the sleeve there, backing. Oh, look at that!
Oh, she throws her. Amazing.
Well, Wazari scored.
Yeah.
So Wazari scored there from Ramirez. She can throw.
Yeah, it was a good technique. Caught Gaglioni well. She had her in Osaikomi briefly, so she escaped from that. And you know what's going to happen, don't you?
She's going to be Hansokomake.
She's going to get Hansokomake.
Well, the chances are, aren't there? She's attacked once. Let's hope that she can.
False attack or a step out. Because she's now looking to avoid getting wrapped up with Gaglioni.
Well, the difference between leaning and directing.
Gaglioni could afford to play around with the edge for one Shido if she gets for the push out. Now we're not talking technique here, we're talking about the tactics that the players are likely to avoid, whether we like it or not. This is what happens. So let's see how they play it, because she's just pushing her out here. Gaglioni has got no desire to get a reaction to make a throw. She just wants to see Ramirez step out, and this is a big mistake for me.
Yeah, she's actually tactically just trying to push her out. That's a fact, and this is an ideal opportunity to just show that point. I think you're right, though. It is. This is just a matter of opinion, and I think they need to get it sorted. It needs to be more black and white. It's not easy for us. It's not easy for them out there to negotiate it. They don't know how to play it. But look at that. She is doing nothing. Ramirez, 18 seconds left.
She's going to escape now because she's got the protection of the Wazari. They're reluctant to give the fourth Shido. And now, well, it could go here. Yeah. Mistake,
Well, from a tactical point of view, absolutely disastrous. And, if I was Ramirez's coach, I would most definitely be saying you have to sort something out here, because this is just ridiculous. Wazari up as well, so she
You've done the hard work. You've done the hard work. We've been begging for you to come up with a throw. You do. And now, you did. Yeah.
And she's looking as if to say, well, what's that for? But have a look at your record, and it will tell you exactly what the problem is.
This time she knows it herself. She is actually aware of it this time, because she can be a little bit, dramatic
theatrical, I think is the right word. But this time she realised, that was avoidance.
It'll be interesting to see what kind of a pep talk she gets from her coach. I know what I'd be saying, but anyway, to the positive and minus 78 semi-final here. Gibbons of Great Britain against
Zhang Zihui of China.
Zihui.
Yeah, they've got a soft A for that, Zhang, instead of Zhang. Soft Z and a soft A. But there's nothing soft about Zhang Zihui, I'll tell you. I've seen her at the training camps in Qingdao.
Well, they're very tough, aren't they? They really are. They're really hard fighters.
And that's after the competition. She was absolutely tearing them up. She's a good girl.
Well, Gemma Gibbons, the Olympic silver medalist from London, fighting for more than to get to the final here. She's fighting for something else.
Oh, just managed to come up with that the shape for the counter. Sorry, Neil.
Yeah, I was going to say the Yoko Wakari, it's what she does. And sometimes she comes a little bit unstuck with it, but Zhang Zihui did the initial technique and she counters. The Yoko Wakari scores a lot for her.
I can see João Pina, the Portuguese coach, he's come over to the table. But, I mean, it is an absolutely, completely, totally lost cause. You know? He's probably arguing the point, why did my fighter get Hansoku Make?
You need to show the statistics.
He knows. He knows. He's just putting on a show for the fighter and the administrators for Portuguese judo, I'm sure. And might as well come over and have a word. About what? I'm sure that the referees have said to him, which Hansoku Make are you talking about? Which one would you like to have a look at? I don't know what to I don't know what to say to João about it. What such a quality fighter, having to deal with what I'm sure he would label as completely unattractive tactics employed by one of his own fighters. But he's not in control of what they do when they get on the mat. He can give as much advice beforehand, but once they get on the mat, it's down to that fighter.
Gibbons trying to get the arm just round the back there, just to get the hips across. That Uchimata very, very close. She almost scored a couple of times with it, Sheldon, and she's just keeps plugging away with it. She's got the other thing as well, the Yoko Wakari that she can do. And I was going to say it must be around about a penalty time because Zhang Zihui...
Yeah, she hadn't done a great deal.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, she picks up a Shido now. Just I wouldn't call it, breathing space, with still a minute 40 odd left to go. But it's just a little thing to play on Zhang's mind, and she looks over at the board every time the clock stops and sees that yellow card.
Oh, my goodness me, she's gone over. Wazari. Well, she needed to attack, didn't she? And Gemma Gibbons was in control of that completely up until that moment.
It all stemmed from the Shido. It was almost like a push for her. She looked over. I saw her looking at the board, and I was in the process of talking about every time she looks over at the board. She got caught there with that. What was that, Haramaki Komi?
It was Haramaki Komi. They're both going for it. Second penalty, Zhang Zihui.
Oh, wait, this is a better grip now with around the waist. She's got to get the hip across to the other side. That was the problem. And Zhang knows that. She just blocks that every time.
Well, that could possibly be a third penalty. Should have been, I thought. But anyway, she didn't get it.
Here she comes again. For me, that's the better grip.
Now she needs to attack. Giving it everything, Gemma Gibbons. She's really going for it.
I like it when she's got the arm around the waist and she's concentrating more on that big ogoshi, but she's got to get quite a way across, hasn't she?
I was going to say, if she gets to the final here, that'll push her world ranking right the way up. Zhang Zihui is running away here. Gibbons coming forwards. Oh, very close.
Picked up a Yuko. I'll be up on my feet quickly here because I think, Zhang is, beginning to fade quickly.
I think that was a massive effort there from Gemma Gibbons as well. Well, she really has no need to give it up at this stage now. 48 seconds to go. She's been doing great. Absolutely.
Bang on the head when she went down, I think.
Billy Cusack giving... Well, he's right in front of her, isn't he?
Who's that in the chair for the Chinese? Ma Xiaoniang, the Chinese coach. He's pulling his hair out as well.
Oh, now then. Well, yet again, Gibbons said, well, that was me, but they went down together for me, absolutely together.
Yeah, I agree with you. No real control from either, enough to claim a score. Jiang not finishing off the technique she started, and Gibbons not in enough control to claim it. And again there, it was almost a carbon copy, wasn't it?
Yeah, looking for the counter. She's looking for the Ogoshi as well. Gibbons absolutely full on. Just that Wazari ahead. Zhang Suwei just ahead. Dropped Cianagi this time. Did it have full rotation?
Not enough. Picks up the third penalty. This is a good position as well. Yes.
Oh, she got it. No, it's another
Yuko. It was a good Yuko. But I think if you look at the landing...
Wow, she's given it her all, hasn't she, Gemma Gibbons? That was a good driving Ouchigari.
As soon as she got the grip, I thought there was a chance there. She goes again. This is the last one. Got to go now. That's it. Edge of your seat?
Well, it was good.
It was a
a really good performance from Gemma Gibbons.
Yeah.
Gemma Gibbons really gave it her all. And, well, she's looking at the top table again. I just... they're not looking at the referee, they're looking at the top table to change a decision, to give a fourth Shido to Zhang Suwei, and it's not right. It's all over.
But what she's looking for is the Wazari. And they're still looking at it. No, it's gone now. Yeah, they've come over to have a look, and they're replaying it again and again to decide whether it was Yuko or Wazari. Gemma fancies maybe getting another penalty.
I think so
against Zhang, but we've seen so many times when here it's up on the big screen here. That was the Wazari scored by Zhang Sihui. And once that happens, they don't want to give it away to the fighter on penalties. So you almost get a little bit of protection.
Yeah, it's you do, and well, it was close.
Yeah.
It was very close.
Good
I thought she fought
contest.
well.
Repechage contest in the plus 78 kilo category. Melissa Mojica of Puerto Rico faces Gulsan Isanova of Kazakhstan. One more run out for the Kazakh fighter. This will be it after this.
Well, it's unusual, isn't it, for big ladies? I mean, she's got a really nice drop Cianagi, hasn't she, the Kazakh, and she does it both sides as well. So Mojica looking for the inside grip. She'll have to watch her disappearing. Asanova wants to go underneath for the Cianagi. She creates space and then disappears underneath. She'll have to snap that sleeve grip off though. So both trying to attack. I think the big objection is when they just not bothering to attack, or they're just tapping away at the legs. But these two are really having a go. Full rotation as well. Majika gets a penalty here. I'm not sure. I think it was a slight gripping problem, and Isanova doesn't get the rotation on that one.
Well, we've got one more contest after this, so we should have a nice break today. They've fed us reasonably well, so I look forward to lunch, and it'll be Idalis Ortiz, the Olympic champion in the plus 78 kilo category, to close the first part of the day. It's not a bad way to end. Larissa Čerić of Bosnia-Herzegovina has got the task of facing the Olympic champion. I don't envy her that.
So what is the situation with the heavyweight division at the moment for the world rankings? I think Ortiz is still out ahead, isn't she?
Yeah, she trails Yu Song, because Yu Song has built up such a lead that no one's going to overtake her. But Ortiz, and then a second Chinese, Ma Se, that is, Emily Andiol of France, Neil Chikrahu, Tachimoto Megumi, who's not their selection, by the way. Yoromka Yamabe is the Japanese, who they're going to send. Konitz and Kim, that's the top 10 in the women's heavyweight. No surprise there. Japan, Cuba, and China, the top three.
Well, there was a disqualification there.
Yeah.
Disqualification
Of Isanova.
Yeah, and they need to go up to the top desk if they've got something to ask there, because somebody's not happy. Here we go. Ortiz, the Olympic champion, white against Čerić of
Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Bosnia.
Yeah. Well, the Kazakh coach will go over to have a look. They'll do the replay, but they if they take a long time, then there's something uncertain or controversial over it. But when it's done so quickly, they've spotted something, and you'll see how quickly he reacts to it when he sees it. They show him and say, okay.
Well, I think we're going to see.
There you go. 10 seconds. And then he put his hand on his chest and said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see it." That, when they stay there and they debate, you know that there's something controversial. But they did it so quickly, and he just indicated that she grabbed the leg that Isanova. And I'm not surprised, because Isanova is from a different era, So for me, the possibility is that was an attack. She blocked low down. It was easy to spot. And
it was very quick, wasn't it? They got him off very quick.
And when he went up there, he looked at it, he said, he put his hand up, hand on his chest, said, "Okay, I'm off." And then we'll go back to explain to his fighter. In the meantime, Ortiz has picked up two Yukos. Busy little fighter today.
Yeah, well ahead here, and a penalty as well to Čerić.
Double world champion and an Olympic champion, Idalis Ortiz, fancies taking home yet more gold and some prize money, this time from Almaty, in preparation for what I think.
Well, that's why I asked you what the situation was in the heavyweights at the moment. Why she's here, and what it's for. Yeah,
easy pickings. We all know that there are extremely difficult conditions in Cuba, so this is a job for her. This is her job. This is how she earns her money. And if she comes away and she wins $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 or whatever, she goes to the Masters and picks up another $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. You look at in the year, she's earning money that is impossible for any Cuban to earn.
It's a good point. Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
it's not about the judo for her
Yeah.
and points and places. No, I need the money.
Slightly different motivation.
Yeah. And yet understandable when we look at, the political and economic background.
So Kerik, no-handed attack there. I think this is going to be all over now. Was that going to go underneath? I thought she had the shimiwaza there. 1 minute left of this contest, just over 1 minute, 1 minute 15. No major attacks from Kerik, just the flop over really from no hands on. And that's the big point, is that if you're going to drop underneath, you've got to have your hands on, you've got to have control. Ortiz, like you say, just doing her job here, just doing enough. Looking for the drop Cianagi again, Ortiz. She'll go underneath her one more time, I think. 35 seconds left. Third penalty to Kerik, who looks surprised. Left Cianagi going to come. Here we go. Building up to it. 23 seconds left. One more attack and it's all over. So 8 seconds left on the clock, 7 seconds left on the clock. And it's all over because Kerik is going to get disqualified. So that's it.
She coasted, didn't she?
She really did.
She put the two scores on the board. I'm looking from here. I know it's a little bit difficult, but where's the glistening skin that you would normally see from a sweat?
No, I think you're right. I mean, it really was. That's why I said to you, I think she was just a job of work, really.
Where's the breathless body posture from having been dragged around the mat in a semi-final of a Grand Prix?
Yeah. Job done. The Olympic champion goes through.
The girl's not even breathing heavy. There are so many aspects to. There's so many aspects to pressure in a high-powered contest like a Grand Prix semi-final that you would expect your opponent, to be flagging a bit. I didn't see Ortiz flagging.
I think it was more a job of work. I think you're right.
Now we are going to take a break. We'll be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches, but just before we go, a couple of points that we were talking about. Some of them have to do with tactics of the fighters. If you're a judo purist, then you may see some of the things that happen here, and you think, that's not judo. This is high performance, high level competition judo. You are going to see things that are based not on Kano's edicts or whatever. This is competition. People come here and they want to win. They want to win medals, and we just pointed out with Idalis Ortiz, they want to win some money. This is their profession. So there's a little bit that you have to allow here for when you're watching of other things coming into it. That's what I think, anyway. Right, Neil. Any points that you want to?
Not really. I mean, we got 5 finals tonight. It's going to be a mismatch. The one thing that I have noticed, I mean, we've seen hearts broken, haven't we? And we've seen some really people performing way above their pay grade, and so that's what it's all about. We've got this competition almost at an end. 5 categories, 5 finals tonight. And there will be people qualifying for the Olympic Games, some getting into the top 8. I think there's a mixture of emotions at these events. I think the World Masters will be the last one, and then everybody will know that everybody can prepare for the Olympic Games.
Join us again at 5 o'clock when we bring you all the medal matches. But from Neil and I, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.